Okay. Let's make a painting today. Hopefully, that's a good level there. Okay, welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to be making a painting about Tiger Woods, who you may have heard recently was, just a couple days ago, was in a horrific car accident. And when we were filming, after we finished filming our master study class, which usually takes place on our Tuesday class, like, whoa, that's pretty scary. Having been in an accident myself, being a father like Tiger Woods, a lot of things went through my mind. Is like I can identify with that experience, and so it kind of hit close to home. I know it's probably not the most popular thing for those of you that have been watching this class over the past few months. Probably not very many people are fans of golf or of Tiger Woods, for various different reasons. I mean, he's an incredible golfer. As a person, he's had his sort of ups and downs and has been involved in a few different scandals, which is disappointing. But I'm not a golfer myself, but in terms of his professional career as a golfer, he has been sort of nothing short of outstanding. Arguably the greatest golfer in the history of golf, or from my understanding, probably top 2 or 3, and he did before the age of 30. Even probably by the age of 25, he sort of made his name as the greatest of all time. So we just saw a few quick, some photos of him. Now here is some photos of the accident. I'm not going to get into it because I want to kind of keep things quite positive. But there was a period of time for about 4 or 5 hours immediately after that accident where a lot of people were wondering if he was going to survive at all. And it turns out that it looks like he'll be okay. His legs have been severely injured, and there's all sorts of surgeries that he's already undergone, and then there could be much more involved in that recovery process. So this is the image that I want to paint. Now, I've gone ahead and done a tracing of that photograph, which is in, a Dropbox. Let me see. If you look down below in the video description below, you will see there's a link, and in that link in the Dropbox, you will find a whole bunch of different files. Now, there's 3 files related to Tiger Woods. So there's a JPEG version of this and a PDF version of it, depending on your printer and everything. And of course the original, which I want to remind people, this is a photograph taken by a photographer, a professional photographer, Andrew Reddington, which is licensed through Getty Images. And he has taken many incredible photographs of Tiger Woods and of lots of other things too. But also in there is this painting by Jacob Lawrence, General Toussaint Louverture, number 20, of which there was a series, I think, of 40 different paintings that Jacob Lawrence did. And then here's the tracing of that as well. Now, I've talked many times, every episode I do, I show how to do some tracing. Now, because we've got, and actually, maybe right before I jump into that, just lastly, I do want to mention that there is a Facebook group. It's the first thing in the video description below that you can join, and you can see I post the link to each episode that we film, and it's a private group, so no one's trying to sell you anything. It's a really great community. People post the paintings they've made in this class and other things they're working on, get great feedback from other artists like yourself. So join the group to upload your version of today's paintings, because we may make 2 depending on how times goes, and I would love to see those paintings on there, and then I can give you feedback on them as well. So let's launch right into this. Usually I spend the first 20 minutes or so tracing the images. And the material that I use is this stuff called carbon paper. You can get graphite paper, does the exact same thing. And I've got the black one. You can actually get white graphite paper I have here in case you're doing it on a black surface or a blue or red. A lot of people use it for tracing patterns onto clothing, right, to fabrics. So you can often find this stuff at fabric stores, just hint, hint. Anyway, so I've gone ahead. It comes in these sheets, these black sheets like this. And I just take one of these black sheets. You put it in between your photocopy, any kind of paper you print it on. You trace it out, and then boom, you got an image onto the canvas, and you're ready to paint. So I've already done that to this Tiger Woods image that you can again download for free on the Dropbox. And I also did that to the Jacob Lawrence painting so that I can do both paintings tonight. So I've got one painting. Let's peel this tape off. I encourage you to use tape so that if you're tracing this and all of a sudden it skews in the middle of your tracing process, you'll never line it back up again. You can try. Trust me, because I've done this many, many times, and there's been times where I'm way overconfident and think, I'll just do it without any tracing paper, and then I find myself up the river without a paddle, as they say, right? So I have, let's see, these two paintings ready to go, right? The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to apply I've already put gesso on them. The very first thing before I did anything, there were white boards. These ones, I ordered, if you want to get this exact canvas panels, boards, the link is down in the video description below. And so I just took them and I applied some clear or normal white gesso over top, and then I sanded it gently with 220 sandpaper. You don't have to add extra gesso and sand it. I just find it gets things just that little bit smoother and makes the painting process ultimately easier, which is, for me, a big goal in painting. Now, the reason why I've got these two paintings here is, if you watched the episode we did on Tuesday where we made a painting by Jacob Lawrence, the painting called Strike from 1949, I think, a baseball-themed image, I mentioned that I almost decided to do this painting that you see on the screen instead and at the last minute, but decided to go ahead with the painting we were doing because I also really love this painting. I think it's a beautiful, brilliant painting. It's it's simple and yet like iconic, and it's I think one of his strongest paintings, and it documents this very important person in the history of Haiti and really, well, global history. But General Toussaint Louverture was one of the most, he's in Haiti, in Haitian culture, he's revered as one of the greatest heroes because he led some of the most important revolutions or uprisings against both the Spanish, the French, and the English, who were all trying to dominate and exploit that country back in the late 1700s, early 1800s. And he ultimately, his efforts led to the independence of Haiti. He died, he was imprisoned, and we'll get into the whole history of that fellow because it's super interesting. So anyway, what I want to do is, I was looking at, I heard about Tiger Woods. We had just finished that class, and I thought, what if we do a Tiger Woods painting? And then I saw this photograph, and this, of course, was in the back of my mind, and I thought, we just finished a sports-themed painting by Jacob Lawrence. I love this painting. Here's a photograph of Tiger. You can see how it's pretty straightforward how the thinking process goes. So I'm going to paint them in a fairly similar way, and I'm going to use very similar colors. So I really like this color in the background, and of course they're both wearing red too, right? So there's a lot of the same colors that we can apply to both of these paintings, and so let's go right ahead. The first thing I want to do is I want to lay down a color to get us started, and there's two things I'm thinking about doing. You know what? I think I'm just going to go right ahead. I like this color that's right here, this yellow. Yellow, kind of a yellow-brown, earthy orange. It's definitely a warm yellow, and you can see how it kind of comes through in this area underneath his jacket, these folds, and I thought, it's certainly, by having that undercolor there, it's going to make it a little bit easier to make some of the paintings. So I thought maybe let's put that color down first, and we'll do it for both paintings as well. Okay? So let's mix some paint. So I'll grab my palette and let's get some paint out of our box. All of my paintbrushes go flying. So this is my little paint box. I'm fortunate I can leave all my paints up every day and night, but I know that's not the case for everybody, so I just want to show you that you can fit every single aspect of this whole process into a shoebox, right? I think sometimes people think painting requires a lot of materials and setup, but here, everything can fit inside this box, which I can neatly store away in a shelf in my kitchen or bedroom, maybe even your bathroom if you got roommates and that's the only place you can paint. So I'm just gonna, I like doing a little dividing line so I remember where the top of my color wheel is. Let's, we're gonna use some warm yellow to get started for that underpainting, and I'm going to squeeze out a bunch of paint on here. Okay. And let's just take a look at this painting again here. And the color on, let's get a brush out. I could go a little bit darker than what I have here on the palette, but I may end up painting back over that color later on. So maybe I'm going to be pretty hands-off on adding too much more to it. I am going to add a little bit of white to it, just a tad, to help keep it kind of a luminous, bright color. Because I am going to paint some green and red and all these other things over top of it, so I really want it to stay kind of on the brighter spectrum of things. So let's stir it up. And then I'm going to add some water to this here. Oh, that's too much. So if you add a little bit too much water in here, yeah, is it too much? Yeah. I'm going to leave some of it in here. I was going to soak some of it up, but you know what? I think we can make it work. So there's kind of a little puddle over here. I'm just going to keep the majority of the water and mix it in here. Yeah, making sure I get kind of a good mix. That water as well soaked in and mixed in. And which one, it doesn't matter which one I start with. Let's start this one here. Okay. I do want to be a little bit careful when I'm adding this water over top of these pencil lines, because the water the chances that it might scrub or smudge some of those pencil lines is a little bit higher when you've got a little bit of water in there. I'd be interested to know, those of you that are watching, if you like that I did the tracing ahead of time to kind of speed things up, or if you prefer I do it live on camera. I did record it because I'm going to eventually edit these down into like time lapses, so it's obviously I did it and I've recorded it, but just also, especially since I want to make a couple paintings, and some of these episodes run for hours on end, and I think the tracing process is probably the least interesting of of all the things that we can do live on camera too, right? So, okay, let's capture. When I first saw that news, kind of right as I was winding the show, well, after we went off the air on Tuesday, and I was cleaning up, and I'm on YouTube right now, right? So I saw some of the other videos being uploaded about Tiger Woods and this possibly fatal accident, and was just like, whoa. That is, like, my immediate thought was, well, I know exactly what we're going to do on Thursday now, as, you know, selfish as that might sound. And so I immediately just, like, afterwards, as I'm winding down, I was looking at images of Tiger Woods, and I was like, well, let's just do a sketch. Who knows how, hopefully this is not a memorial painting. Because no one really knew what was happening. It was kind of odd the way that the police sort of just dripped out information. The family was allowed a lot of control as to how and what information was being distributed out there. So we didn't really know until really Wednesday morning if he was really alive. We knew he was kind of responsive, but what does that mean, right? Sue says, I like that you traced ahead of the class. I do the same. That's good. Heather says, curious, why do you do an underpainting? Do you always? Great question, Heather. I don't always do an underpainting. When I'm making my own paintings, I actually like a lot of the canvas to be exposed. But when I'm making my own paintings that I sell and that are in museums and stuff, do I have anything up around here? I typically, I work on stretched canvas. Do I have anything? I don't have one that's handy. A lot of things are packed up. I often paint on linen, Belgian linen, which is a darker brown kind of color, and it's got a finer texture than canvas generally has. And I love that color. It's sort of it's I don't know how to, I've got a muffin over here, and it's kind of almost got like a darker brown color. So it's already, I just love that color. So I'll use a clear gesso, and I want that color to kind of come through. So I use that color as my underpainting layer, or my first layer of paint. Now, also, in terms of the history of painting, and there's lots of different histories or different cultures of painting in Western art history. Prior to painting on canvases and panels, people painted on walls and did frescoes. And when you're making fresco painting, you're literally applying wet plaster to the wall and then you paint over it. So, which is generally white. So you're often painting colors onto, and you're doing these little small patches, almost like puzzle pieces. Like you put some plaster on the wall where a face would go, and then you're painting on it quite quickly because you want it the paint to adhere to that wet plaster. Incidentally, one of the first persons to not do that was Leonardo da Vinci in his painting The Last Supper, which he was experimenting with. And he was obviously a big inventor. He invented the scissors and the airplane and the helicopter and the catapult and all sorts of other things, right? But he was trying to see if he could make a painting without applying plaster, and we know what happened because the painting started falling apart while he was painting on it. So when you see The Last Supper now and it's all flaked and you can barely see the image, it hasn't changed too much since he painted it. It was kind of like that when he was working on it, which obviously didn't please his patrons who hired him to do that. Anyway, that was kind of that tradition of painting directly colors onto a white surface goes back to fresco painting. Around the early 1400s, when artists started painting more and more on small panels of wood and canvas, they did start to prime. You'd have to prime the canvas because canvas, and I know I'm kind of killing time waiting for these to dry. That's why I'm talking. It's just you're like, why are we going on and on about this art history lesson? It's because these are wet. I could blow dry them a little bit, but this gives me an opportunity to natter on a little bit, which I love to do. So artists started painting on canvas and panels, and you have to prime canvas, because canvas it's fabric, right? And like a t-shirt or sweater or anything else, it stretches. And if you were to paint oil paint, acrylic's different because acrylic is plastic, and plastic can kind of stretch but oil paint, if you paint oil paint on fabric and it's unprimed and it stretches, what happens to oil paint? It cracks, right? You've ever been in a museum and you've seen the paint, and you're like, wow, that's all cracked really badly. Wonder what happened. Well, there's lots of different reasons, but for our purpose right now, it's because the fabric might not have been stable and it was expanding and contracting depending on the temperature and humidity and all that kind of stuff. So artists started applying color onto the canvas to stabilize it so that it might be a little bit flexible, but it's not expanding, contracting all the time. So for the past 500 years, artists, when they're painting on panels and canvases, would put maybe at first they started just putting white on there because they're like, oh, this is how I paint on the wall, I'm just going to do the same thing onto canvas. But then other artists were like, well, why just paint white on there? Why not put another color down in addition or instead, and that might save me a little bit of time, right? Because then I can establish kind of in this case, like Jacob Lawrence did, a color that's kind of radiating through the layers. Because when we look at paintings, we don't just see the top layer. We see the top layer, the light bounces down through all of the layers, all the way down to the bottom, and then bounces back to our eyes. So we have not just the physical mixing of color, but the optical mixing of colors that we see, right? Which I think makes the painting look a little bit more complex rather than a bunch of puzzle pieces that have been put together. There's an overall coherence to the composition. Okay, so let's, which one should we start with? The Jacob Lawrence one is a little bit more dry. I'm going to use the blow dryer here. I know some of you are like, well, you could have done that 5 minutes ago instead of, but okay, so that's good. Both of them are pretty well dry. So I'm going to now start painting over top of this. And it's important that these are dry before I start painting other colors over it. Not that I don't mind colors mixing, but if I start painting over this, when it's still a little bit wet, I'll end up kind of scrubbing some of that color off, which, you know, I can see some people liking that, but for me, that is like, it's very frustrating because I don't want that to happen. Okay, so I have a little bit of, there's stuff behind the scenes that is a little bit different. That's why I'm still trying to get my bearings. So, okay, so now I'm just going to put the paint on my palette here. So I got my warm yellow, cool yellow. Let's get some cool red. We'll put it in the right place this time. As always, I like to say I put about as much on my palette as I do, as much paint on my palette as I put toothpaste on my toothbrush, so that I'm not needlessly wasting a bunch of paint, because it's possible that I may not even use any of these colors by the end of the episode, and it drives me nuts when I look at my palette and think like, ugh, you know, maybe it's only 25 cents, 50 cents worth of paint, but, you know, I don't know. I see all this potential, like, oh, I could have done something with that. Now it's just goes down the sink or into the garbage. So, okay. Here's our painting. Let's look at the color on the screen. Or actually, let's look at it this way. Okay. So how are we going to get this? In fact, part of me even debates whether I want to put that green on there now or give it a little bit. You know what? I think I'm going to go right into the... I'm going to start painting with some brown, or red, actually, since I might as well do the red, and then I can mix that red with some yellow to make the brown. So let's paint some red onto both of these paintings. And this red is, I would say, pretty much primarily the warm red. It might go a tiny bit orange as we paint it over top of here. The thing with warm red is it tends to be a little, or all of the reds, well, yeah, I mean, I guess unless you're using like a cadmium, which is not real cadmium isn't really used anymore because it's poisonous. So almost every paint has now got synthetic pigments, but often reds can be slightly transparent, and so we might get some optical mixing of yellow here. So we may have to do another layer anyway. So let's get right to it. Where did I put? Which brush? I'm going to use a relatively small brush to kind of get into some of these details there. So let's just see how this works with the warm red over top of this warm yellow. It's actually doing pretty good. So when I'm deciding which colors to put down next, often I'm thinking about like which layer do I want to put on last, and that helps me decide which layer will go on first. Right? So the last layers of paint are usually the layers that I'm going to paint, are usually finer details and things that and a paint that I might use to kind of clean up any kind of sloppiness. And so in this case, the final colors are going to be probably some white in here, and I think that background color, because now I can kind of go a little bit, I don't have to be so afraid of being perfect when I'm painting. I can use that background color to kind of clean up and hide any kind of areas where I so-called painted outside the lines, right? So like in this area here, where there's this small area of white, I could paint right over top of it with red and then just paint white later on. But sometimes if I do that, then I might have to do a couple of layers of white to hide this red, and what might seem like a space-saving idea at this point could end up taking me longer later on. So you know what's, I don't know, I was just thinking before today's class began, I started doing a little bit of research into this fellow, Toussaint Louverture, this Haitian general, or I think what was back in the day called Saint-Domingue, which is now the Dominican Republic. And I was just thinking to myself, like, one thing I really love about art is it can encourage us to learn more about history. Like, I had no real knowledge about the history of Haiti. The only thing I really know about Haiti, or I think I know about Haiti, is just sort of some of the negative things I see on the news of earthquakes and children starving and all that kind of stuff, which may or may not be the experience of the everyday lives of people down there. Again, I have really I'm pretty oblivious to what's going on in a lot of places in the world, and I like to think of myself as a pretty knowledgeable person, but I have my blind spots. But anyway, I like how artists can, you know, shed light on things and bring awareness to issues and ideas. You know, we're familiar with, like, you know, musicians going on television and talking about politics and, you know, making concerts to protest some issue or to raise money for things. Maybe less so are we aware of, like, the role that art plays, visual art, in informing us as to kind of similar kinds of things. But a lot of what we know about history is through paintings, sculptures, architecture. You know, think about, like, where would we be, what would our understanding be of ancient Egypt, for instance, without paintings on the walls of the Great Pyramids and papyrus scrolls of the Book of the Dead, and, you know, I remember my father has said many times, like, that, well, he's basically said what I just said as to, like, and why art is important. So every time I hear people saying that, you know, we should cut funding to the arts and they're not useful and they're a waste of money, we should be spending them on other things, I think about the words of my father that way and think about, like, what if they had done that in Egypt? Would we even know about you know, or would we care about Egyptian mummies and all that stuff if it wasn't for thousands of forgotten artists? Oops. So as I'm painting here, I'm making a few little mistakes, I think. I'm not so we'll just be a little bit different. Some of this embroidery, it was on his jacket, but again, I can go back over some of these things with yellow again. That's why it's kind of nice to get this done really quickly right at the beginning, because now I've got kind of a lot of these finer details done right off the bat. And you see I switched to a larger brush. I've got sort of two brushes on the go here, so I can get into some of these fine little details and then switch back out to something a little bit more larger, because otherwise it'll drive me nuts if I try to do all of this with a small brush. Just be conscious of, like me here, my hand, you know, going into that messy paint or the wet paint. Funny, I imagine some people are tuning in right now and be like, okay, wait a second, where's the, that doesn't really look like Tiger Woods. That don't worry, folks. If you're here for Tiger Woods, you'll get your fill of Tiger Woods as we go. But so this is probably the most complex part of either one of these paintings. these small little details. You know, another question going back to Heather's question about the underpainting, and do I always do that? Another good reason to do an underpainting when we're painting like this, where I've got a sketch or an underdrawing done, is the underpainting kind of locks that drawing in place, and I don't have to worry about it smudging or blurring. So it sort of like protects that first drawing layer. And because often because I used to paint without doing any layer like this, and I would find by the end, you know, this area, let's say the bottom right where my hand has been, or my sleeve dragging over top of it, any image down there would just be completely blurred out. Okay, so now I'm going to do these folds, and I'm going to paint around, like, so I'm going to paint right up to one of those edges, and rather than leaving the pencil marks clear, I'm just going to move down and paint next to it, so that I'm not, that pencil mark is kind of being covered up, if that makes sense, rather than revealing everything, revealing that pencil mark that's there. If that makes sense. Let's switch to the bigger brush. This makes me so happy to make this painting. I think I just love this painting, so it's my way of sneaking it in. So as soon as I get this red done, we'll move over back to Tiger. Let's see, part of this sleeve, most of this back side was cut off by his composition. Now, I've expanded it just because we got a little bit more room. So I'm going to add a few little wrinkles back in here. Don't worry about spending too much time on those kind of things. We can clean some of that up later on with just a little bit of white and yellow. It's just always easier to do it right the first time. And then there's nothing to clean up, right? Okay. Just some of these areas, I got all these little ridges of paint. I'm just going to clean that up a little bit. Just get rid of some of that texture. That's just my own personal preference. Some people really like a lot of texture on their painting. Me less so. Okay, so looking at the painting, anything else need oh, and that little spot inside there. Okay. Cool. So now we'll just, you can see there's little blotches there, but that's going to be covered up with gray, so I'm not even concerned about some of those little problem areas. We're still pretty young into both of these paintings. So what I just did with the wrinkles on the shirt of General Toussaint, I'm going to do the same thing here with Tiger Woods, and I'm just going to leave these wrinkles yellow. So I'm going to paint around some of these shapes. All right, so I'm going to leave and I'm not going to worry about making these lines, my outside lines, all clean and pretty, because I'm going to paint green over top of that as one of my final steps. So, in fact, I'm also going to leave, let's go around here. We'll make a little yellow contour for his collar. You'll notice in the original photograph he's wearing a Nike shirt. He's been sponsored by Nike for well, I don't know how long. I'm not a golf fan, or I've never golfed in my life. I really have very little interest in golf, but I did think this logo that he's wearing, that I've replaced it with, is his own personal logo, his own brand. And I just thought to myself, well, I'd much rather paint his logo than a Nike logo, so that I'm not making a walking advertisement for a brand that doesn't need my help. That's for sure. Okay. I'm going to add just a little bit of slow dry medium into my red here, because it's starting to kind of dry a little bit. So just put that in and just stir it up. I had to be, so I put maybe half to paint. So like, you know, sort of 1 to 1, about 1 to I've never, how do you say that? 1 to 5 to half, or I guess it would be 2 to 1. You could think of it that way, right? 2 to 1. Now again, I could do this as it might be faster ultimately to paint it all red, and then I could go back over with a little bit of white and let that dry for the folds, and then paint yellow over top of that. I don't know, I just kind of like, this is just like, we did something similar in the volcano painting we did just a couple days ago, or last week. I guess that was the last Paint the News class, right? Where I painted a lot of black, and then I went back over. But this does give us a bit of an opportunity to practice some fine detailing with our paintbrushes. And I also like the look of it, personally. It's just something... It's, again, that radiating light that is a little... you just can't quite do it with in any other way. So I think, you know, maybe in the interest of time, I might actually do paint a little bit over and then put white over top of some of these. And then we can kind of compare them side by side and see if you can notice the difference. So, you know, this yellow kind of comes through the red, and if I was to paint directly onto the white, it might be, well, it would still be a little bit patchy, like it is right now. But it would be maybe a little bit more pink of a color, because it would be mixing with the white. The red would be mixing with the white of the canvas. And, you know, I don't want a pink shirt. Not that there's anything wrong with the color pink. I love the color pink, but that might make me feel like I got to do another coat of paint anyway. Here, I don't know. It doesn't bother me it being maybe a little bit more orangey in places. Okay, I need some more warm red. Okay, let's zip up through here. Ay, ay, ay. Well, I was going to paint that anyway. I didn't think that was going to turn out well right from the outset, but I went ahead and did it anyway. But, you know, no big deal. It's always, remember, with acrylic paint, you just paint a little bit of white back over it, and it was like it never happened. So you can kind of see this effect of those folds. You know, obviously I'm not doing a photorealistic version of this Tiger Woods photograph. I deliberately decided that I wanted to, you know, use that dynamic cubist approach that Jacob Lawrence did. I have a feeling that it's going to work quite well. So let's just see. Okay. Oh yeah, and the collar too. I almost forgot about that. So let's make sure I'm not going to get nice sleeves painted. Just like I said, don't be careful, and then I just went to go ahead and do it, right? Okay, yeah, look at all that coming up on the side. If I want, I can just wipe that away while it's still kind of wet. It's not a big deal, but see some of the white came off. That's because, you know, I'm painting, I painted that yellow with a lot of water in it. And basically it destroyed the binding mechanism of that pigment. So that yellow that's down there is pretty fragile. That's why you want to be a little bit careful with how much water you put into your picture. Okay, or into your acrylic, sorry. So let's see. Which one? Both of them. This one's obviously a little bit more wet, so, or dry, so I'm gonna a little bit wet down here, so let's blow dry that. So next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to mix a brown, and it's going to work really well because I've got this warm red already. You know, I've been painting with it, so my brushes I really don't need to clean, although I will just take some of the buildup that kind of builds up right at the base of the hairs there, because that's where it all dries up. In fact, let's just do a quick little wash to keep these brushes fresh. I know there were a lot of people who wanted me to paint a sea turtle today for this class because of the sea turtles in Texas. I do want to make that painting. I was going to make that painting in my mind during our last class, and then I saw this news about Tiger Woods and thought, you know what, and I started doing the drawing and sketching. I thought, okay, let's just move forward with that, and we can always do turtles later on. I'm sure there's turtles always in danger somewhere in the world, unfortunately. So okay, let's the brown that I'm gonna mix. Let's move this off to the side. I'm gonna use a larger brush for my mixing. I'm gonna need some more warm yellow. Ooh, that was a lot. Okay, in fact, do I want to paint it right? I could mix. Let's do it. Let's do it right here. I need a bunch of it. So brown is a combination of red, yellow, and blue. And you get different kinds of brown depending on how much of each one of those three colors you add into it. I can make a cool brown by using cold yellow, cold blue, and cold red. I can make a warm brown using warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue, right? So the color we want, this figure is in the foreground of the picture, so we want a warmer brown. So let's take some of the warm red, and we mix this together in here, and we've got a nice orange, right? I always start by adding just a little, like yellow is, you know, if I made this too dark, I'd have to use like all of this yellow to brighten it back up again. So I want to be always a little bit cautious before I just leap in. So right, you can see not much blue there at all. Just a tiny bit, right? So we add a little more blue to it. Right, and look at the color we're getting. Okay. So right now this is a fairly light blue. And it's almost a little bit more greeny. We'll put a little more red back in here. And put a little bit more blue in. If I put too much red and blue in there, it's going to go kind of purple, right? That's pretty good. I think I want a little bit more on the red side, though. That's, I think, pretty good for this so far. Okay. So I'm going to paint with a smaller brush, so I just wiped a bunch of that paint off. And I'll put that in the water. Now let's bring Jacob Lawrence painting over. And you can see that there's a few different browns in here. We have a lighter brown, which is the one I just mixed. And then we have this darker one, which we'll do in good time. There is another one down here that is almost like in between these two. And it's up to you whether you want, like, I might just use the same brown. You could always modify it just a little bit, but we'll see how things go here. So let's get some paint on my brush. Unfortunately, this painting, there's not that many images of it on the web. If you want a link to a few of them, I put them in the video description below. So the quality of the photos that I found online were low, and it was a little hard to see Like, can you see in this image, it looks like there's a bit of a like a purple shadow here that's the same thing above the eye. In the version you see on screen, you see that, but I've seen other versions that don't have that at all, so I've drawn it in there. We'll see if we end up painting it or not. Okay. I think I'm just going to use this same color on the collar just for convenience sake. And I wanted, part of me was thinking, should I just make a big brown stripe here or paint these in? I think I will paint them in. It won't take me that much longer. And to go back to the previous question that Heather asked about, like, doing underpainting, the other, maybe the biggest reason, which I just totally didn't even think about mentioning, for painting a brown or any color to start with, is that it hides all of the white. And when I'm putting two colors side by side, I don't have to worry so much about them lining up exactly, perfectly together in order to hide the white, because I've already got a color there that is in behind everything. So it just again, it helps unify the picture. I find especially when I'm doing faces, that's really helpful to do, is have an undercolor there. And you know, I watch other people's videos, and I would say very few people who are teaching painting online actually do that. And I don't know, I gotta say, like, I find it, I just well, I don't want to talk trash about anybody else, but to me, that's a bit of a red flag. It just seems like that's somebody who doesn't really know the history of portrait painting, is because you would never, like, well, I can't say you would never learn that in art school, but because who knows who's teaching people out there, but art schools I've taught at and gone to, you would made a big importance about learning the history of painting and how to use the materials. You know, so you're not reinventing the wheel each time. You're building on thousands of years of success and failure by all sorts of different artists. And anyway, that's what I got to say about that. So, you know, I might want to go back over that brown later on, get a little bit more of a striking difference in those colors, but I'm also going to do this same thing on these stripes here. I have a feeling I may need to paint over them again, so I'm not even going to bother mixing a different color right now, because if I have to paint over it, then I'll mix that color when I get to that point. In fact, I can even use this same brown up here for this, what would you call this, shield or pattern in the colors. Oh, I can't remember what they would call these sorts of insignia or military rank. Or I don't know if it's a rank or what. I don't know if this is on his hat, but anyway. Okay. Just gonna touch up this face and just a little bit transparent in here before I wash my brush, or before I move on to back to the Tiger Woods where I'll be for a little bit. Okay. Let's, yeah. Cool. So I'm also going to paint Tiger Woods' skin tone with the same color that we've mixed, the same brown. And I'm pretty much going to go over the his whole body with this color. I might leave a little bit of, well, we'll see when we get up to the face how things go. But so I'm going to start down here. So I may again paint over some of this a second time. To make it a little bit more opaque. Which is fine because it'll allow me to see some of those pencil lines underneath. And that's a white glove there, right? I don't know if that's his own kind of idiosyncratic way of holding his golf club. Again, I've never golfed, so I don't know. You could tell me if putting his index finger of his left hand in between his fingers, so the little pinky shows up there. It seems a little unusual, but maybe that's the first thing you learn in golf. Golf 101, how to hold a golf club. I have no idea. Let's go up into the face, and we'll do the same sort of thing now. As I'm looking here, let's zoom in a bit. I I'm going to paint this area with the little bit darker brown. So obviously I'm stylizing things a little bit, right? I'm going to paint this a slightly different color, maybe even a bit more of a rose kind of color. Add a little bit more warmth into that brown. Just like the, I mean, I guess in a slightly different way, in the same stylized way that Jacob Lawrence did his. Right. And I think while I want to blow dry this and heat it up, and then I'll paint the next layer, I think. Yeah. Okay. There was this bit of darker. And actually, I'm going to paint a little bit of this on his ear. Now, I would probably approach this a little bit different if I was painting it all by myself. I might paint this whole face this color and then put the other colors on top of it. But what I imagine might happen is that would really obscure a lot of the features and our underdrawing. And I'm comfortable finding those features and painting them back in, but I know that just from seeing some of the previous paintings we've done, when I've done stuff similar to that, people sort of lose the structure and things get a little bit, you know, people have to start kind of inventing things. And so ultimately you want to be able to do that. You want to be able, I think that actually comes more with an understanding of drawing more than anything. Of understanding kind of the basic structure of the face and where those lines are supposed to go when you can't see them anymore. So that's why I'm, doing these kind of classes. I'm mindful that, I can't paint exactly the way I paint because I have, an extra 20 years of experience on people, and I would just lose everything. Okay. Just getting a few more rags out. Some of these rags, if I've been doing a lot of painting, start to get filled up with paint. I don't care if the rag gets filled up like this. Once it's dry, it works perfect. But when they're wet, did I just wipe paint all over my face? Sometimes I come back upstairs after these classes, and my wife is like, "You got paint all over your nose and your lips. What were you doing?" Okay. So, let's see. This next color, I'm going to take this same color, and I'm going to add a little bit of cool red to it. Add a little bit of cool red. And I'm also going to add a tiny bit of white. Do I have any white on here yet? No. Okay. I'm just going to lighten it up. Okay. Let's see. And actually, let's put some slow dry medium in here. So I just put some slow dry medium. Let's squeeze this up. And I need to make a little bit bigger batch. We'll see how much I need here. Okay. So don't worry if things start, if you're like, oh, I don't know, I'm starting to lose the drawing. It starts to look a little bit, I don't know what's going on here. That's just a part of this process. It's going to lighten up a little bit as it dries. I should have maybe painted those lips a little bit brighter. I'm just going to put this color, the lighter color on the bottom lip. Let's see if I got any of the darker one left over for the top lip. Your top lip is almost always is darker because it's the shadow, right? Okay. So now I want to put a little bit of highlights onto his biceps and things. I'm going to use this same color. Well, maybe I'll get a little bit more white on there. And let's think, where should this go? Let's put... In fact, might as well just make it a little bit. I could do like 6 layers of this and progressively get lighter and lighter, but just for the sake of time, I think I might have to speed it up a little bit. So added a bunch more white and even a little bit of yellow in there. And let's see. Trying to describe the light hitting these muscles in a very stylized way, obviously, right? So what I'm doing, I'm just looking and then squinting my eyes, right? So I'm trying to see the brightest areas. Okay. I can come back and add some of that onto his cheeks up here. And this is going to be really tricky because I want to try as best as possible to keep the number of layers of color in his face down to as few as possible. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. It's tricky. It's very tricky to do what Jacob Lawrence did and create an image like that. So I'm going to try. So these are kind of like highlights, right? Where the light is the brightest on the face. So I'm going back over a bunch of places, obviously. Just a few places on the neck. Okay. Do we want maybe a little bit on the arm here? I guess I should put a little bit over here. Okay. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get a little bit darker. I'm going to make another darker brown that's going to go on here and then onto the face. All right, so that's my next step. So just going to clean this brown off these brushes. Okay, I might have to do a little bit of mixing again. So I'm going to, let's say I'm going to mix it right here in this, where this red is, or will once have been. We'll start with some red and warm yellow, warm red and warm yellow, and now some warm blue, and it's going to get dark pretty quick. I might use this right now. Let's put some slow dry medium in here. I like this really nice reddish brown. Let's just see how it works when sometimes colors look great here and then you paint them and they look very different next to the colors you already have. I kind of like that. That works. So you can see I'm going to go back over now. I'm not so sure I like this highlight color, but I can always change that. Now I'm going to lose these fingers as I go in here. I'm going to have to draw or paint those back. But at least I'm kind of in the ballpark, right? If I had to do this, the whole thing eyeballed, at least I have an idea that where those fingers go in here. I'm just going to softly painting over top some of this with a kind of almost dry brush. Okay, do the same up here in the face. So part of what I'm doing is a little bit of what some people might call like pushing and pulling with colors and getting things darker and lighter and darker and lighter. I know that there's other people who teach kind of a different kind of style where you just sort of, you get the color right, you paint it once, and then you just move forward, you move on. That works. But I find like it just looks, everything looks so stiff. I want my colors, I want there to be more blending of layers, and right, like I can do little things like that, just soften these little textures in here in the shadows. Okay. And obviously, I mean, I'm deliberately playing around with the very stylized kind of look here, right? Going back to this painting, which we're about to do right now. So I've got that darker brown, but it's not going to be dark enough. So to darken that brown that we've mixed here, in fact, I need a little bit more, well, I think I'll be okay. So I'm going to take a little more blue. Now I'm going to take some cool blue and mix this in here. Right, and then boom, look how dark that brown goes. At first you might even think it's a blue too, but it should be much, much darker. Okay. So we'll put a bit of slow dry medium on there. Just a little bit. Okay. There was, I was thinking about adding like a little bit of a purple in here, which I could still do, but I might just paint this first, because I'm thinking about time here. All of these different colors are just take time and time and time. It's the one thing I have the least of. So I'm probably going to paint this same color over again in a few minutes, but I'll let that dry. While it's drying, I'm going to go back over this area and quickly darken that in. And so the benefit of having painted this layer in is if I want it to be darker, I can just paint it again over top. But if I miss a few places, it'll just look a little bit more transparent in those places. It doesn't look like I've got white shining through there. Very quiet chat today. Everyone's just focused on their paintings. That's good. That might be the subject. I think there's probably some people who are definitely not interested in making a painting of a golfer or Tiger Woods, and so that's all right. I was like, just thinking to myself, you know what? I really gotta paint what I want to paint at the end of the day, because that will ensure that I don't lose interest in doing this, right? That that it doesn't become like a job that I'm just like, ugh, I don't look forward to doing that anymore because I'm not doing what I really want to do. And I'm doing this because I've turned down other jobs, right? So it's always, you know, that's, as an artist, you always have to kind of weigh the pros and cons of how you spend your time. Okay, that's good. Do some of those other. I'm going to wait for this to dry, and then, or actually, let's just blow dry it real quick. Is still a little bit tacky. So while that's still wet, I'm just gonna go back over to Tiger here, and let's just see if there's what areas need to be darker with this darker brown that I've mixed up here. So I can see, let's say, on his arm here. That's right. Let's put this back up there. You know, I have faith that this painting is going to turn out, but it is definitely taking like a risk, right? You're like, okay, I'm not sure. I mean, I've been painting for years and I think I can pull it off. But what's the worst thing that could possibly happen right now, right? Like, the worst thing is the painting doesn't turn out the way I want, and I feel a little grumpy. I might feel a little bit like I wasted some time. Time is valuable. We don't all have lots of extra time laying around. But even if this painting doesn't turn out super, super well, I will feel like I won't feel like I wasted my time, because I'll learn things along the way by painting. If I finish this and I don't feel like I've learned anything, then that would be a bit of an alarming problem for me. I think that would be time to do a little bit of self-reflection. Because I often hear people, they don't want to make a mistake because they don't want to waste their time, or they don't want to waste paint, right? Well, this paint costs, like, what, per painting, maybe somewhere around the, say, $3 or $4 at the very most, less than that. We can't possibly do, you know, if we have a $10 tube of paint that lasts us for 40, 50 paintings, what is that? 50 divided by 10 is like 50 cents. Maybe there's 50 cents worth of paint in here, a $2 canvas, and my time. And if I'm learning, regardless of how successful this is, then I'm winning no matter what, right? So I'm trying not with this painting, I'm deliberately not trying to blend the colors at all, right? I'm trying to keep these very defined shapes, and you might define them differently than I do, and that's totally fine. It's totally fine to define your shapes however you find. So what I'm doing here, if you don't see that in your painting, and you're like, I don't know why he's putting those lines there, that's sort of odd. Well, then don't put them where I'm doing, right? I always say part of this class should be named like what not to do, because I do my choices aren't, you know, written in stone anywhere. They're so coming up here underneath his chin and neck. Get his hair. Oh shoot. I just realized this weren't plugged in. I might just need to take a quick second to plug something back in. see if... Okay, I feel like I gotta go turn this thing back on. It turned off. It's plugged in and charging, but not on. Okay. Jazz W says, we have time. We are here. Is this paint? Yes, it is paint. It is paint. Absolutely. We are painting. Acrylic paint, too, as well. So let's go into, I'm now going to put, just kind of darken these eyes. In fact, I'm just going to darken that whole area where his eyes are. I'll come back in and lighten that up later on. Okay. And let's get behind his ear, and this is some hair, I think. Okay, so now I think what I want to do is, let's see, we're looking at, let's look at these side by side just. Did I forget to paint the ears in Jacob Lawrence's strike painting? Gail says so Deborah was just working on the strike painting, and while we've been painting this one, and then is gonna do it tomorrow. Gail says she's been doing the same thing. I'm thinking, so slow downs. He just painted the strike and 2 more, and I'm just finished strike. Oh my goodness. My strike painting is upstairs. I think it's probably the painting my wife likes the most that I've done so far, which is funny. You know, of all the paintings that I've done so far, that's the one that she was like, oh, she said, let's get a frame for that one. I like that one a lot. So that's encouraging. Well, on my, about 50th painting, we've finally done one that passes the wife test, so. It took 5 months to get to that point, to where it's, that one is created something that is acceptable, passes our strict quality assurance protocols there. Okay. So that's a nice, like, deep dark brown. It's going to contrast nice. I might again go back over some of this. Let's just take a look at here. So I think I might need to paint that in again. What do I want to do next? I've been painting a lot of brown lately for the past like 45 minutes or so. I think just to kind of switch things up, I'm going to paint some white. And then let me clean some brushes. I'm going to paint some white in the for the Jacob Lawrence painting. Also just clean. Oh, Deborah says no, he did not have any ears. Rick is downstairs trying to finish his version of the strike painting. So you're a little bit faster than him. That's good. I guess you've been at it for a little bit longer than Rick has, so. Okay. You know, again, we've been working through the big areas, the most difficult areas so far. Then as we're going here, we're going to put in the background color. That's going to change everything dramatically. Putting in some white in here and some black. Boom, boom, boom. All the things are going to come together pretty quickly. So have no fear. I'm sure there's some people who've been checking in every half hour going like, huh, he's still doing that? Wow. Oh, my goodness. But, you know, let's say in the next hour, these paintings will be... I don't know, well, hopefully we'll be done in about an hour, but okay. So let's get some white out. We're going to paint the white and around here. I know I said I was going to do that towards the very, very end. But I think I'm going to need to start putting some white in now, because I feel like I might need to paint white a second time anyway. So I just put some white here. There's some previous white there. I'm just going to make sure I don't mix that in. And oh, didn't I just wash these brushes? Doesn't look washed enough. Okay, so let's mix this up. Generally, when it comes to any color, I don't mind if so you can see, look at that red coming out into that white. I generally don't mind if I got a little bit of color on my paintbrush. It's only when I'm using white where I feel like, and again, also depending on where I'm using that white, I sometimes feel like I got to be a little bit careful and make sure that brush is clean. Okay, where were we? We are painting up here. That's still wet, so be careful. as you might expect, obviously doing all the fine details is the slowest part of the painting process. But I find it's like the most satisfying because it's a little bit tricky to do, and when you do it well, it just makes me feel like semi-competent. You know, it's probably much more of a right brain kind of activity. I mean, it's not the most creative activity, so it's a different different type of. In the left brain is our more creative brain side of our brain hemisphere, and it's fun to use that side of the brain for coming up with ideas and all that kind of stuff. And but it's also kind of nice to go back to the more analytical part of who we are as human beings, and just kind of switching it up, moving a little bit back and forth. So there's this, obviously you can see I missed some of my tracing paper wasn't tall enough, and so I lost some of this, but this is not too hard to kind of figure what goes here and how to draw that there. So and the one is a slightly different color, a little bit of a pink or purple in there. I'm just going to paint it white for now, and then I'll paint that other color over top of it. In fact, I could use a bit of a bigger brush just to lay this in a little bit faster. You know, there's the desire to want to paint that green in right away is very strong, and you know, it wouldn't have hurt to put that in first. I don't think it would make much of a difference. For me, it's just going to look much cooler on camera when we do that. So okay. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to paint this whole thing. We're going to put black over top of it eventually. So it doesn't matter if there's white or whatever color under here. Just saves me that time of noodling around here and okay. That looks good. I think we want to mix. Do I want to do any white on this one here? I guess you got some white in the gloves. So let's put that in. they got a silver on the top. I might, I do feel compelled to maybe paint that whole thing, the whole golf club white. I think that might just save me a little bit of time here. So I'm going to paint this gray up here. Yeah, I'm going to paint this golf club white. It'll also really help it kind of pop. And if I want any highlights from it, I can just leave a little bit of the white showing through. Okay. The logos. Let's paint that. So it's quite a clever little design here. It's a T and a W combined for Tiger Woods, right? I used to, when I was younger, I used to love logos and designing logos for superheroes and that kind of stuff. And so let's paint that white. I am going to paint his eyes, but I won't paint them white. They will be a slightly different color. I want to get inside his lips there, which I haven't done. So let's get a little bit of maybe brown left here. First teeth. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm just reading some of the comments here. So Lori says, I'm still not done the strike painting. I've been painting this one. I just quit as tired and skin tone is wrong. I'm going to work again on them later. I like the tiger painting. The style looked so easy, more challenging than I thought. I liked painting the crowd, and the strike painting, dolled up in zoot suits and hats, baseball was an outing. Yeah, I remember when people, well, it was about 50 years before I was born, but I just think it was so neat that people would really get dressed up to go and do things, go dressed up. I remember even getting dressed up to go for dinner. Remember that? Now people walk around in the slobbiest clothes they possibly can wear, including myself sometimes. I'm better than anybody else. Deborah says, I spent a lot of time on the crowd. It's probably the best part of my painting. And then we hide it with the mesh, right? Okay. Actually, you know what? While we were here on the white, remember I said I was going to do two sides here. One was painting around here. This one, I'm going to paint these folds in white, and then I'll paint yellow over top of them. And with the idea of seeing which method works best for this purpose. Right now I'm thinking, oh, this might work better. We'll see. I've learned to reserve judgment pretty much in every aspect of life until the very, very end. One thing I like about this is that I can get a nice kind of solid flat red because I'm not painting kind of around these lines. I'm just painting right over top of them. So we'll see. Of course, they're going to, as they dry, they're going to get a little bit lighter. Won't be quite so opaque. Okay. Maybe while I'm right here, I'm just going to put a little dot for the eye. That's in the wrong place. So I'm just going to remove that. Intended to put it a little bit higher. It's too bright, but I'm going to dark dampen that down anyway. Okay. So if I come back to the general, let's mix a gray, and then I might do the background colors on both of them. Got some black. I am getting closer and closer and closer towards being done here. So, as I said, the painting will sort of snap into reality here, especially once that background color. People are like, oh, okay, there it is. I was getting a little bit concerned. Okay, so we're going to mix this gray. Do I want to, I'm just going to do the easy route and just use black. And then I might add a little bit of color. I will add a little bit of color into that gray. So let's mix this up. That's nice. Perfect. Okay, and again, I'm going to put just a tiny drop of the slow dry medium just to keep it. I don't know if you can see that there. It's probably maybe a third of the paint slow dry medium. Like maybe 6 drops or something, small drops. Now, where are we going to put this? Just thinking about Tiger Woods here. So if we look at Tiger, this is a really dark hat, but I think I'm going to use this gray on the hat, and I can always put black on it to darken around it as we go. But so I'm going to mix. I'm going to take this gray and we'll just put it right. gray on the top of the brim. And I'm not sure if I want to keep this light. I won't. It's kind of nice just to start laying some flat areas of color in like that. Oh, I can also take this gray and put it into my golf club here. Does he always use a gray, or sorry, a green shaft on his club? Because part of me wants to use gray going down here, but maybe I'm gonna hold out because who knows? If I paint it gray, people are like, what? His trademark green golf club you painted gray? Are you insane? Clearly you know nothing about golf. To which I go, yes, I absolutely know nothing about golf. So I think his gray in this area is darker than I've put down here. I can always darken it, but yeah, I'm just always mindful of time here and just like, let's just put it in there and sort of fiddling around with colors and mixing. Just want something in this place. What else here? Is that all the gray? Yeah, okay. So while I've got this here, I will make this a little bit darker. So I'm just going to take a bit more black. Let's mix in here. That's much darker, isn't it? Yeah, that's maybe a little bit too dark, but that's okay. So I'm just gonna give it a bit of a halo effect here. Why not? Or should I go right up to the line? Have a good evening, Heidi. Thanks for touching base. I appreciate it. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mix this gray. Or you know what? I could put the same gray on Tiger here. It's got a much darker gray. And since this is all still wet, I can kind of blend it together a bit. a lighter gray was maybe a better idea. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Let's go down here. His mitts or glove, I guess. I don't know what they call golfing gloves, I guess. I forgot he's got a ring on there too. Oops, I missed that. Okay, this ring of something here. Let's take a look at the General. Okay. I want to get some really dark gray for, or we're gonna put some purple in here. I think it's like a really, it's a brownish purple around those eyes. Although, let's see, just one touch. Okay. Yeah, so purple. So I'm going to mix a brown, and I'm going to deliberately make it a little bit purplish. All right, so I need a little bit more warm red. Don't need much of it. So take this warm red, take a little bit of yellow, make an orange, and put a bit of blue in here. It's going to be, now it's a really dark color. Let's take some cool blue, put it in there. Oh, a little bit of, let's make, actually, sorry, let's, okay, so I've taken a little bit of the cool red, cool blue. I'm basically mixing a purple here now that I got a brown on my brush. And then I need some white. Do I? It's a little bit of white. Oops, that's my slow dry medium, which I'll use anyway, but that's pretty subtle, that purple that I'm putting in here right now. If I let that dry and come back, I think I'll be able to really bring it out just a little bit more. Just for fun, I'm going to use it elsewhere for these little dots on the lapel. Okay, I think that one is, we just need some black and background now, so that one's pretty close. Now if we go back to Tiger, more complex image anyway, I like that purple. I'm going to use this same purple around his eyes. Was that a bad idea? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Oops, sorry, my big head in the way. So I'm taking that same purple, I'm just going to put it in his jaw area here. Ay, 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 where did that gray come from? Yikes. Okay. Do a little emergency paint removal. So this, you know, it's a little bit of a shame that I'm working on such a small canvas, because right as I'm working on this right now, I'm like, oh, this would be so fun to be using a much bigger canvas. I could really dial in and play with some of these shadows in here, and I don't really have that opportunity right now. That's why, you know, a lot of artists like working on much larger canvases. It's not just it's because you just have more space to explore and play around, and especially when things are photographed and reduced, they're going to look really nice. That's how comic books are made. Comic book artists draw on large pieces or larger pieces of paper, about 2-3 times the size of a regular comic book, and then when it's all reduced down, everything looks really, really nice. Just adding a little bit of this purple elsewhere here, just to give slightly more nuanced shadow. Okay. I wonder if it's time to go over top of some of these yellow lines. Let's see how that works now. Heidi says, I'm halfway behind, spent a lot of time on the General's fancy blazer. It is kind of fun to play around with those details. Like, it's easy to get absorbed into those kind of places. And there's nothing wrong with it either. Oops, let's just make sure. Test, test. Okay. So these lines like this are working pretty good. I mean, I do feel like, I mean, I'm probably going to be happy just walking away with them like that. But ultimately, I'd probably, if I had more time, go back in and tighten them up, and I'd add a little bit more red in those areas. But very little difference, less than I was expecting. Anyway, okay. Let's get the black of his pants on there. So, where's my black? I've got... we can... I'm going to make it just a little bit of a gray in case I want to make it a little bit darker in places. So this dark gray will now allow me to put a bit of a, even like a black shadow underneath his arms. So it's not just one big blob of black underneath here, but I can now go even just a little bit darker. Just like I did with the hat, right? I think probably the majority, like a lot of people would just go in and just make a solid big flat black hat. Now I can go in and I can even add a little bit more touches in there too. Okay, so we just clean a couple of brushes. And I was going to do a little bit of black there, wasn't I? These eyes. Okay, so I'm just going to darken them. Again, I'm using this gray, which looks very, very dark, but it's not totally black. Because it gives me the option to lighten or darken a little bit as well. Okay. Let's do this up here. I always find curves and lines are always some of the trickiest parts. This is the kind of stuff, the reason why I take a while on this is the stuff that later on I'm sitting on my couch looking at it, I'm like, should I go in there and touch that up? Right, okay, that's good. I'm I think gonna leave this here. I'm gonna paint that over once I get the background in. Maybe while I've got black on my paintbrush, let's just touch up the hat here. So this area underneath here is just going to be pure black. may do some more things afterwards, but I just want to get that. Actually, you know what? Let's do his logo, and I'm also gonna do the logo not quite full dark black either, because the black is gonna be really, really strong and can stick out. So I don't want the first thing people see when they look at this painting to be the logo. Maybe that's what Tiger would want us to be doing. But I think you could leave it like that if you wanted. I'm just gonna go around and outline it. That's pretty striking. That's still pretty bright, right? I could go and you know, tone down that white, which I probably will do, because I don't want it to be the boom, this, you know, advertising piece here. But so I think I will do that. Let's do this T. If you want to do the Nike symbol on there, then go right ahead. Okay, so now we'll pull in that background, and then we'll have opportunity to kind of fiddle with little details right by the very end there. Okay, so I'm going to actually blast these with air. Okay, so for this background color, and of course you can put whatever color you want there. You don't have to use this color. It's kind of a bit of like a teal. Let's you know, we haven't used the color picker recently, so let's just do a quick little detour here. So if you remember these resources here, you can go to this website, Pine Tools. Let's see. Come on. There we go. Okay, where is that? Let's just go right to the Dropbox. Files are all mixed up here. So let's see, what is the color? So I just click, once I load any image in here, right, we can copy this, and then we can put it into here, right? So now this tells us a few things. So when we look at this, this is the actual color that we picked from that painting. And so this color is a cool blue, right? If it was a warm blue, it would be over here, right? Into the purple areas. It's a cool blue. We're over here in the cool blue area. There was a little bit of red in it, and it was much darker, so some black, right? So let's put that color back in here. Right, so we're in a cool blue, going into the green, and we've got a little bit of, tiny bit of red and black, really. Now, you could mix this color just cool blue. It's up to you. I think I'm going to make, let me see, let's just, what should we do? Let's do the cool yellow, cool blue, and let's see what what we get here first, and then we can see if we want to darken it, how dark we want to make it. Because that's a really nice, right now it's like a very like bright greenish lemon green, nice color. Maybe a little bit intense, though. So we need to get a little bit more. In fact, we're going to do 2 paintings with this. So I'm going to put a lot of cool blue in there. Let's mix that up. Now that's actually kind of nice. I have a feeling if I paint that on there, it's going to look pretty good. Pretty dark. I think I'm going to add a little bit of white in here. Even though this is not exactly the color. Let's see if I go back here. Very blue. In fact, let's add a bunch of white in here. Let's see. Pretty darn close. I like that color. Let's gonna use this color. I'm probably gonna have to mix it again when we do the Tiger Woods, but okay. I'm already excited about this color and some of that yellow showing through here. smaller brush to kind of quickly, you know, I should have put some slow dry medium in here, but I didn't, so I'm just going to work quickly. One thing I could see some people doing is leaving like a little bit of a yellow edge in some places, but I like the kind of electric quality of that green and the red side by side right there. Oof, that is beautiful. So I get all that little fine detailing, and then I'm just going to come by and quickly kind of brush it out so I don't have too many little finicky marks in those areas. Ay, ay, ay. Wrist right into that big glob of paint. Like, ah! So I gotta be careful now with that. I'm gonna have to turn the painting. I try and do this all in one angle, but so you see me sometimes taking my fingers like I just did and kind of brushing paint back out. Sometimes it's because I've gone over other lines and I'm kind of like erasing. Other times it's because I've noticed like a big ridge that I've created with the paint, and I generally don't like those ridges. It's because I just have too much paint on my brush. So I'm trying to wipe it away, making sure my fingers are clean. And then I just sort of wipe that ridge back into the wet paint. feel like this is a pretty similar color to the Amanda Gorman painting we did recently. I'm going to have a bunch of paintings that same teal color. I don't know if you can hear our daughter running around screaming. She loves running around. She's 18, well, 19 months old. From the time of her life. Okay. So we'll see. I'm not sure if I want to paint that again. I might let it dry and then come back and paint a little bit more in some of those places. That gray is definitely way too dark. Do I want to paint that and clear that up? I don't know. We'll think about it. So let's move that to the side. And then the question is, do I want this to be exactly the same color, or do I want it to be slightly different? I like the idea of them being very, very similar, but they don't have to be. And I'm also running low on the paint, right? So I'm going to have to mix more paint anyway. So let's see. Let's get some slow dry medium in this one. I'll show you what I'm just putting a bunch of different paints on the palette. So I got my cool blue and my cool yellow and white. So I'm just going to mix that blue. Let's mix this green. Pretty close to the original. And we'll just add that white in here. I mean, a green sort of makes sense because, you know, he spends all of his times literally on a thing called the green, or a green. And the backgrounds in almost every photograph of a golfer tend to have green in there. And okay, so let's do this again. Okay, let's go back to the tiger paint. It's also, doing these couple paintings allows me to catch up on some male portraits. Remember, someone made the comment, we keep painting women. It's like, okay, here, get two for the price of one. Male figures in our paintings. I do feel like I may need to do a second coat on some of this. Looks, I don't mind the yellow showing through, but it is a little nicer when it's a little bit kind of tighter and cleaner. I don't know, we'll think about that as we go here. It doesn't take too long to do this. And considering, you know, this occupies so much of the painting, you know, probably 50% of the painting is the background on pretty much both of these artworks. So I don't want to skimp out on them. I don't want the background to be an afterthought. I always try to give as much attention to every part of the painting so that it doesn't look like there's this face that I spent hours and hours obsessing over, and then I'm like, okay, and then I'm done. I'm just going to throw this color in there and just walk away. Because people can see that. pretty obvious when you see that kind of thing. Like, yeah. Deborah is calling it a day. It's after 10 o'clock out east, so I totally get it. Okay. So let's blow dry these and just see where we're at. Oops, that's so very wet. And what the next steps would be to bring these to conclusions. You know, I do notice that this side over here does look a lot more brushy. A lot of this yellow showing through, which I don't really like. Just happened there. Wow. That camera, oops, is overheated above me there. So, Amy? Sorry. Okay, I gotta go get a cold pack because that. Overhead camera got overheated above me there, causing that feed to cut out for a moment. Okay, so I feel like now we can hear it's working again. Okay, so I feel like this one is pretty darn close to being done. Like maybe I'm going to do a little bit of work up here. This one, the Tiger Woods, I need a little more work in the face, hands. So I think I need about another 30 minutes on this and about 10 minutes on this. So we'll finish one and then the other. Or let me see. While all this, I still got green. This all paint on everything. Let's do that. Okay. I'm gonna put a bunch of slow dry medium. I don't have a lot of paint left here. I could mix more, but I don't need a lot more. I'm just going to do another layer of paint over the background. So it doesn't need to be that thick. It's just going to sort of fill in some of the gaps with that slow dry medium all over this painting. There we go. So I did put probably 1-to-1 slow dry medium on here. See how it just cleans things up and makes things look a little bit more less just sloppy. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't mind it in the other one. The other one somehow makes it look a little bit more brushy, but on this one it just, I think it's because there's so many more details, all of this cutting in on these little edges. Mustn't forget that little, I don't know what they call that thing on the top of baseball caps, but a little button. I'm sure within the baseball cap industry there's a very specific name for it. Okay. Like, I feel like that, just doing this has really helped this painting dramatically. I don't know how it comes across on camera to people watching at home, but I think it really needed that layer of color in the background there. Still a little bit of around the face that I think I'm going to blow dry it and then do that. Now it makes me wonder if I should do the other one now. Let's just see these side by side. Sometimes you're like, I'll just do one. One will be, I'm sure is more than enough. And then you see them, you're like, oh, I don't know. I think this was, I don't mind this as it is. I don't mind that as it is. I think they're just different paintings, and different paintings ask for different things, so. Okay. So, I'm going to set this aside. I'm going to finish this one, the Jacob Lawrence one, and then I'm going to finish the Tiger Woods one. Some of these cheap paintbrushes are definitely on their last legs. Lori says, I bet it would really help if I knew more anatomy. I think showing the muscles makes the painting. Yeah, I do think that, you know, I mean, part of this photograph, which I think is kind of funny, is those bulging biceps. I didn't realize he was such like a muscular fellow. Like he's, I mean, I knew he was, I think that's one of the secrets of his success is that, you know, he's a real athlete. Not to denigrate golfers, but I think, I think some, you know, when I think of like golfers, I think of like, you know, your businessman guy who's got a bit of a paunch. Like I got a bit of a paunch, not saying anything, I'm a fitness guru or anything, but you know, like Donald Trump, you know, big gut hanging up over the belt, versus Tiger Woods is like, I think that's one of the revolutions he brought to the sport, is he's like gonna train like a, you know, Usain Bolt or something to play golf, which, you know, I think people like, it's, I mean, I remember when I was much younger, there was a certain golfer, what was his name? John, I think of John Denver, but it's not John Denver, John something, who's famous for being enjoying his booze. And, like, I don't think a guy like that would be able to keep up with the current athletes of today in terms of golf. Okay, so I am going to dial this back here. I felt that was just too dark. So let's lighten that up. Not the kind of middle there. And you know what, I'm just noticing it's got a bit of a purple, doesn't it? Or mine doesn't have any purple in there at all. Okay, so let's put a little purple in there. So we got our cool red, warm blue, and then we'll take this gray. Maybe this is the secret. Maybe it wasn't the fact that it was too light or too dark. It just wasn't the right color to begin with. That seems a bit better. I think the whole painting is building. The painting process sort of builds to this point. This is my favorite part of making the painting. So now we got all the kind of the big work out of the way, and now we're just focusing on little details. I think I want to lighten that brown up, or at least go over it again. So these brushes, I guess I gotta wipe the paint off of them. Okay, so let's mix a light brown, kind of like what we had in here. So that was our yellow, warm red. Yeah, we're going to need a bit of blue. And a bit of white. Now if I paint that, that's going to be way too bright. So we'll just take a bit of more blue. I think that might work. Let's see. I hope it's not too light. That is a bit too light, isn't it? Well, it's too light compared to this painting. But you know what, I think we need a bit more red in here. You know, I do have, it's like one of those things where you look at it and you go like, okay, it's, like, I like how it looks on this painting, but compared to the one on the left, it looks too light. But I think I have to, at the end of the day, it's how the painting I'm working on looks. It doesn't matter. It matters for some people, I guess. And it will matter to people who watch this video and jump right to the end and will say, blah, 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 blah. But I gotta make this work for me. I like that. I kind of like, It's funny, I look at my painting, when I just look at my painting on my own, I'm like, I like that. And then I look at the screen and I go, it needs to be much more red and darker brown. I don't know. Let's see if I put more. To get it darker, I would mix some more warm blue and warm red in here. So let's just see. while I've got this color on my brush, I'm just going to tighten up this little area here. Let's do that up here as well. Ay, darn it. Just did it again. Okay. I'm going to go back over a few of these lines, a little bit of the warm yellow. I mean, it barely shows up, so let's add a little bit of white in there. Okay. I'm going to do a little bit of red up in the hat. So this is just warm red going back over these lines. rotate the picture. Any other red that needs to be just covered up a bit. Hi, love. Can't believe anyone's still watching. This might just be one of the longest ones I do. It's already pretty close. I'm just going to use a little bit of brown to do some of those little details like that there. In the lapel. Man, there's all these little details, right? You start looking at it, you just see more and more things you gotta do. Yikes. So I can't see this anymore, like the pencil lines, so I'm just going off of the paint, the original paint, and just looking at it for reference. It's like these are the parts where I say to myself, well, I don't, if I paint over that, I could probably figure that out pretty quickly. It's not too, you know, bizarre or complex. Slow dry medium in there to make this a little bit easier to paint. Okay, and then we're just going to get into the eyes. I'm just going to blow dry this because I've been doing little touch-ups all over the place. Okay, so the final touches on this one. I'm going to do a little bit of work up here and then just these eyes in here. So how about let's zoom in. Okay, so he's painted those eyes quite dark, right? It's hard to really tell from this image how, if there's any, actually the more I look at it, there does look like there's a little bit, like this is, it's, it is a little bit, so it's more complex in there, but it's pretty hard to perceive. So I'm actually kind of inverting things a little bit. I think he did the actual, the white of the eyes, he's painted black, and then he's painted kind of like a dark, very, very dark purple. And they're super, super subtle. Okay, so I'm going to get to the little eyelashes here. So I'm going to get paint on my brush, and then I just sort of wipe it off so I can get as close to a point as possible here. want to get a bit more of that dark brown again and kind of touch up that nose. The nose is kind of pointing a little bit too far up, so I want it was a bit dangerous at this point trying to mix a paint that's going to go in a place like that, but you know, because you're like, oh no, man, the chances of matching that color are low, but okay. Oh, I did see. Like, you know, as I'm thinking about it, like, man, maybe we should have just done like that painting, like a real tight close-up kind of thing. That would be kind of a smart thing to do in the future. So let's see here. It looks like almost like a pink or something in here, right? So I'm going to take this cold yellow, some white. Oops, sorry, you can't really see, can you? So I just took some cool red, and some white, and I'm going to do the outline up in the feathers with this color here. Oops, yeah. Taking a bit of a darker, just that same one, same pink, just a little less white in it for a few lines up there. Let me see, I'm also just gonna So just taking some white and yellow and going in here because I need to fix that. And then we're going to do tiny little white dots in these eyes here. Okay, I think I can live with this. Okay, so we got one painting done. Oops, where is that? Let's so one of these. I'm really happy with the way that turned out. Again, I could fiddle with it for a little while longer. I don't know how much better it's going to get at that point. I'm just going to put a little bit of one thing it drives me nuts is later on these paintings, I don't like I want these sides not to be white or any other color, so just want to make sure. Get rid of that, and I just use my finger for this. Okay. So a few things I want to do here. I like what I did here with these, with the white and the yellow, so I'm going to do that. Just getting some white into that yellow paint. I'm going to have to go back over this. With yellow. But, I think it just makes it look a little bit cleaner. Still very tacky, this background. It will slowly, over the next 24 hours, lose that quality, but until then, okay. So let's make our kind of checklist of things that need to be done for this painting. One of which I'm just going to fix right away is in the hat. I saw that problem. Okay, a few things I need to work on. Obviously the full face, but mostly it's not too far away. Like just the lips and the eyes, I think, will a bit on the hat, the gloves, and his. In fact, let's compare these. So we can even do some of this. We'll just start doing it while I'm talking here. So let's get I got this black on my brush. Now I can kind of darken under here. And I'm just kind of creating a bit of a wavy quality. So it looks like that shirt just kind of billowing a bit. Now, where's the light coming from? It's kind of coming from above here, right? So that would mean we would expect the shadow from his arm and everything to be kind of like down here. I'm not even sure if this really shows up on camera or not what I'm doing here, but this is, I've got a few different grays. Now that black is so dark, like I mentioned before, it is a little bit dominating. So I might have to darken a few other places here. A few darker browns, etc. Let's put a little bit of black onto the golf club itself. And now I'm gonna put this black. Let's blow dry this. I'm getting pretty darn close. Like, now I'm gonna just do some black in the face. I need to darken this down here too. I want to put a little bit of black on that bicep. Gloves. tiny little dots on his gloves here. So adding this black here just kind of helps give a little bit more dimension to his body. Not super happy with that hand and the way it's turning out, but it is kind of awkward the way he's holding it to begin with, so I'm not going to punish myself too much for that. Okay. So let's blow dry, and then we'll kind of wrap up on the face there. Realize I keep forgetting to put his ring on there. So he's got and I was gonna just darken the logo a bit too, wasn't I? Go. I didn't put gray over top of everything. I just, because it might be nice to have a little bit of complexity there, but okay, let's blow dry that one more time real quick. Okay, so let's do the same thing. Let's zoom in to the face. And then let's see. So let's give a little definition back to the lips in here. So I'm just painting this kind of cool red into a few places on his face up there. Maybe a bit on the sideburns area. It's a pretty subtle effect. I'm kind of just like looking around, like where are those cooler colors? See some of that underneath the neck there. Okay, we're gonna darken his lips, the top lip, and basically that's a dark brown, and it looks like I'm out of brown, so I'm gonna mix that again. So, need some more warm red. I don't need much of this, so I won't mix too much, but let's say I got my warm red. Oops, let's see what's on camera. Warm red, warm yellow, cool blue. So this gives me a nice, pretty good dark color. So let's see where we want to put that. not to get my big head in the way. I'm going to take cool red. Just going to put a little highlight on the lips. I'm going to darken the inside there shortly in a second. Shaping his lips a bit. I like, this is not entirely anatomically correct, the stripe going around his face, but I like it, so I'm going to keep it. Okay, let's get darker in his mouth. So that's kind of a dark gray, yellowish gray, which is... that. This is kind of tough. It's not showing up very well on camera. There's lots of weird reflections and things, which make it a little bit tricky to for people at home trying to follow along here, which is just the limitations of the medium, I guess. So now I'm going to use some pure black for the eyes, or the shape to shape the eyes, I mean. Okay, not bad. I'm going to take a break from that for a second and just outline the hat. I feel like I'm pretty close now. I'm going to take this black and mix it in with some brown just to darken it, but it's not as black as the color I was just using, the pure black. And just getting his lips in here. Are you sure he looks better in person? Darkening the kind of the deepest part of that nostril. Okay. Do I want to play with that hat is the question now I'm asking myself. Let's get the top, the little button up there before I forget. And let's touch up the logo that I was playing with earlier. Oops. Outline this with a bit of black, or maybe do I? Not sure. That might be okay like that. Huh. Well, I kind of like that. I kind of like how that looks right now. I don't know if I want to, like, do any more to his face there. It's really tricky. You know, like, I don't know. I think that's, again, I don't know if I can block out. I'm getting, you're zoomed in like 400% on this painting. I think I like that. I'm going to keep it like that. So now I'm just going to add, I got to clean that brush. Lord almighty, I've been painting for almost 5 hours here. I can't believe people are still watching me. You guys are crazy. My long-suffering poor wife fed our child, bathed our child, and put her to bed all by herself. Usually I'd help with dinner, and I usually bathe our daughter. And here, she's done it all herself. So, I think somebody's gonna deserves a little extra massage tonight. And okay. So, I think I can live with that. It's, what a interesting... Let's see. Huh. That bicep is going to drive me a little bit nuts, because it's should have a little bit more light here. Do I dare doing a little bit more finicking here on this before I call it a night? Okay, we'll mix it brown for the last time. That's actually kind of a nice one, but it's not quite. I need a little more white in there. Okay. Okay, I'm going to darken that down. shadow. Go into that hat and just touch. Okay. Okay, Michael. I think you're done. I think you're pretty much done here. Just a little bit of a shadow on there. Okay, I think that's okay. So here's my final painting for Tiger Woods. I think that's good. You know, it's interesting looking at, you know, these lines here are all actually supposed to be black, right? But because I was working from this painting as inspiration and these folds, I decided to make them yellow. I could imagine somebody who doesn't see that painting looking at this and being like, oh, that's weird. And you kind of got to live with it. You'd be like, you could say, well, you know, based on this, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It doesn't, it's strange. It's a little bit weird. Is it bad? I don't know. I think it's fine. Okay, so I'm going to sign these and then sign off. Man, oh man. This is by far my longest episode. But I got 2 paintings out of it that I like. So that's important. All right, at the end of the day. Let's sign them. Let's just call it Tiger Woods. I was like, Tiger Woods accident. I think that's good. y'all know what happened. No sense in. Okay. And then this one here is oops, there's no eye there. Tout ça. L'ouverture. And this is, what was 1948, or 1938, if I got it. Anyway, the date's not important. Okay. I just want to take a quick look at these side by side, and then if you found this at all interesting or helpful, please like and subscribe to the channel. And if you want to make a small donation, there's the PayPal link. You're welcome to send a small or large donation that way. That would be much appreciated. Let's look at... that, and then Tiger Woods. Inspired by Jacob Lawrence, another one of my favorite artists. And let's just see these two kids side by side here. I think these paintings also will look really nice, not on green on green. I think when if they're framed or if there's other colors on there, they'll be greatly improved. Okay, folks, thank you so much for sticking around, painting with me all the way to the very bitter end. But we finished two paintings that I'm proud of and happy with, and will live long after this moment. So that's what it's all about. Thank you, everybody. We'll enjoy your afternoon. We will enjoy your afternoon. I guess it's evening. It's like almost 9 o'clock. My goodness. Anything I needed to say or have to been said, I've been said over the past 5 hours almost. So enjoy the rest of your evening, everybody. We'll talk to you on our next session next week. Good night.